celebration. This is a great opportunity.
Yes. And I don't know if you can look that up, the Got Faith Ministry page, and if you can't, you can.
That's right. Follow along at home.
Right? Holy peppermint sticks. What I'm wanting to point out on the Got Faith Ministry page is what we're going to be giving away for the free breakfast, and they are calling them, do you see it?
I am pulling it up now.
All right. They're called bunny butts.
Yes, I did see that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. So these are cool. This is a pancake that looks like a bunny butt.
Yeah, and they're like the bunnies crawling in the hole. And so that's what we're going to be giving away. Free bunny butts is what they're called, or they're calling them.
I'm on the Facebook page now, and it's on April the 8th from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. at 508 West Pine Street in Jerseyville. But these are cool. So it's a little bit of whipped cream on the middle part of that pancake. Yeah. Then you get 2 smaller pancakes with a banana, it looks like, and 3 blueberries.
Right? Yes. It's awesome. It's awesome. Now, I had, Amanda Newberry came to me, and she said she would love to do this.
Uh-huh.
And if anybody ever wants to come and do anything at Got Faith, please come. Mm-hmm. And we will support you 100%. So anyway, she comes and she says, "Can we do it?" And I said, "Well, of course, So that's what we're doing. So it's all her ideas, and we're putting a little bit of a twist in it. Not a big twist, but we're trying to help out and do what we do, and we spread the word.
Well, and you do a great job of it, and I really mean that. There's so many different things that you guys provide at the Got Faith building, and how is that coming along? I know that you guys were doing a little bit of some restoration work to get that hair salon going.
Yes, and we've got it up.
Awesome.
And I think you met the lady a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, at the Kingdom Leadership Seminar, right?
Anna Cooper?
Yes.
Was that her name?
Yes.
Yeah, she did we had her first haircut.
How'd it go?
It was great, and the lady loved it. It was awesome.
That's what it's all about.
So it's starting, so we're going. We do have a thing, and I'd just like to say something about it. And it's something I've been working on I've been trying to figure out. I think it's 42 years. Could you believe that? 42 years. But it's not my timing, it's God's timing. 42 years ago, I went into a treatment center for alcohol problem, and I haven't had a drink since.
Congratulations.
42 years of sobriety. But when I came out of there, I went to, the thing of it is, I went into a place and I didn't know God at that time.
Right.
I went in there and everybody was talking about their higher power. A guitar was this guy's higher power, a doorknob. I didn't know what my higher power was, so I said God. And what I did is I took the word God and I went capital G-O-D, and then I turned it this way. Mm-hmm. And I went good, orderly direction. For 18 years, I went like that because I didn't know God.
Right.
They had found my son hung on a barge in the Mississippi. I don't know to this day if it was him or someone else, honestly. I know he had a huge drug problem. I've got 2 boys. Back there when they were teenagers, they were always calling me every weekend. The youngest one would call and say, "Hey, Dad, I'm in jail. Can you come and post bond for me?" And the oldest one, the one that passed away, would call and say, "Hey, Dad, I'm in jail. Can you bring me my Bible?" So I would take him his Bible. So anyway, it was at least 18 years, and that's when my son passed away, and that's when I found the Lord. And I moved it back up here, and now it's G-O-D. It's God.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know this, and I wore the wrong colored shirt. But our shirts, just like ribbon here,
yes,
they're red.
Okay.
And red ribbon is drug awareness.
Right.
So when I see them, I think of my son who passed away, and I also lost a daughter 2 years ago from a drug problem.
Well, and that's why I think that you guys do something better than everybody else, because you lived a lot of what people are going through right now in this community with alcoholism and
Yes.
individuals around you that are on, addicted, unfortunately, to drugs. And,
Right.
So many times, and, people know my past. They know I had way too much fun as well. And, it's got, straight and narrow, but they don't realize that, some people in some churches, some, individuals that try to lead, they lead by preaching. You lead from experience, and you've been there.
I have
You've
been there.
done this. And I think that's why you connect so well with a lot of us, because you aren't preaching from a pedestal. You're
Right.
preaching from the ground.
Right, and I've been there, and that's the thing I'm trying to get across. Back those years when I came out of there, I would go to AA, and
Yeah.
at AA, the men would not look the women in the eyes; they were looking at them.
Oh,
And there was
okay.
there was another thing, actually. I don't know. Well, holy peppermint sticks, called the 13th step.
Oh, yeah.
Where
Yeah.
where the guys would try to get a girl.
Yeah.
And I would see that stuff, and the girls were taken advantage of because they got drug problems, alcohol problems, whatever.
True.
But this has been on my heart for 42 years now. And it's time. It's coming together. We've actually got a meeting tomorrow. Mark Lane, do you know Mark? Calvary Baptist.
Yes, in passing.
And Cornerstone.
Yes, okay.
Okay. And he's also a chaplain.
Chaplain
Yeah,
Mark.
yeah.
Yes, I do know Chaplain
Yeah.
Mark. Okay.
All right. Well, he's going to be at our building tomorrow at 12 o'clock from 12 to 1. And what we're doing is getting a Christian 12-step together for women only. And there's none in Jersey County whatsoever. Wow. And it's going to be, he's going to teach them what to do, what we got. And we've got the Christian 12-step. It's basically the 12 steps of AA, but it's the Christian. So the scriptures will match, step 1, step 2, da 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 da. So we are short one lady, and I could never find anybody to help us out. We've got 2 ladies that are going to come to the meeting. We've got a couple ladies that are coming, but he says we need at least 3 in case one's sick or one's on vacation. I didn't even think of that. I just
Right.
thought, I just need one lady,
Yeah.
So he's helping me out, and he's getting this all put together.
Wow.
So if there's anybody out there that would want to come tomorrow from 12 to 1, we've got lunch and just listen to him, and and then we're going to try to figure out which day is a good day to do it, the timing and all that. Annie Cooper
Yes.
is going to be one of the ladies. And then I've got Melissa. She's a graduate from First Fruits.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm
but
not too familiar yet.
yeah, but you will.
Awesome.
So anyway, she's going to come. So we're looking for another lady, and there could be more than one.
Well, and I think it's really a huge point, because so many times I've always wondered that too. Why isn't there? It seems like a lot of these step programs and a lot of these programs in general are really geared towards men and their
Yes.
kind of feelings.
Yes.
And that's great, but we also need one for the women, because you're right. Time and time again, it does seem like there is, and we've had Meredith Foster on the show to talk about.
I love her,
and she's one of the
Yes,
best.
she is
one of the best, and. We've talked about just how exploitive that some of these programs can be in times of distress.
Yes.
And so, is this one of these things where it's one of these we can put in our mind, and if we know somebody, can we
Yes.
get that going and
Yes.
give you a call?
Yes, definitely.
Perfect.
My phone number is 618-567-5877, and that's my personal cell phone number. Hey, just call me, and but I would love to get you coming to
Yes.
this meeting tomorrow, so you get educated.
Yes.
And free lunch. Did I say free? Holy peppermint stick.
Free lunch right now.
Free
and
lunch.
Get a salad. It's $80 anywhere else.
right. And free breakfast with the Easter Bunny. How about
That's
that?
the perfect segue. You are a great seguer, because this is what I think is so cool. You are, we always talk, we always get serious for a little bit, and we always talk about things that are very important, and we need to, because I think people are, when I started the show, Steve, I was told, don't talk politics, abortion, or gun control.
Gotcha.
I've broken all 3 of those rules in like 4 months.
All right.
And so the reason for that is it's how we talk about these things.
Yes.
And if you do it from an awareness standpoint, and from a standpoint of not judging others, and
Right.
not, playing God in that role
Right,
and seeing what's right and wrong, it's fine. And when I'm looking at this, Steve walks into the basement today in the building and brings us one of the coolest things. I have gotten treats like the last month, and I'm loving it. We need to do more of these.
There you go.
Look at what I got. this awesome Easter basket, but there's a reason, because in all of these eggs, it's full of jelly beans.
Yes.
And anyone that went to St. Mary's with me, that took Miss Jacobs' class or hung out with Sister Patriot at kindergarten knows about the jelly bean prayer.
Gotcha.
Steve, when I know the individual in front of me knows a lot more about something, I say the floor is yours, Senator. And please take us through the true meaning of Easter, because really, we all see the Easter Bunny. We love taking pictures with them.
Right.
But there's truly a meaning to Easter.
Right. And it's the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's not the Easter Bunny and Easter eggs and all of that stuff. And you've got a thing, and maybe when I get done, I do want to show you this thing.
Yes.
Which I've got. The Easter egg, and the way I see Easter egg, the Easter Bunny and Easter eggs out there, I always think of Jesus. I really do, God. And what I like to do, just show you guys that this is a hard-boiled egg, but this outside shell right here, and if you go to the Got Faith Ministry page, I just posted it this morning, a little thing about the egg, hard-boiled egg. But I'm going to probably make a little mess here.
That's fine. You do what you
there's
gotta do.
There's your shell. Oh.
There we go.
And it is going to be a mess, isn't it? And I just did these this morning. So, all right. So we had God, the shell on the outside. And then we've got Jesus, this white part right here. And then holy peppermint sticks. Look at there. The Holy Spirit.
The Trinity is right there in the egg.
Amen. Isn't that cool?
That is very fascinating.
So instead of the Easter Bunny egg.
Right.
And I don't even think bunnies lay eggs, do they?
I haven't met one yet that does.
So that's what I'm talking about. This whole thing's kind of, but I love Easter, and for the kids, and they're having a good time. And I can remember going out and looking for the eggs and all that.
That is a cool thing to do with our kids at home, though, and really symbolize that, because I think it's a great way the Easter Bunny gets the attention, because the big bunny's walking around. But while you're boiling eggs or coloring them, put one aside and open that up and really show that what that means in that Trinity. And I want to ask you, too, because the jelly bean prayer is, to me, one of the most the thing I remember the most from St. Mary's, because I remember being in class, and everyone in my age, Steve, was so excited the Easter Bunny was coming. And in religion class, well, we learned pretty quickly that, well, maybe not the case, that the Easter Bunny really isn't this true meaning and symbol of Easter.
Right.
And, well, it's true. And with this jelly bean prayer, and, I think it's really cool to highlight, the different colors of the jelly beans, because I think a lot of us, we see them in the egg, but don't realize what that means when we open it.
Right. And this, again, was Amanda Newberry's idea with the jelly beans. And this is what she's going to be giving out. She's going to be giving out jelly beans. I believe she's got the eggs. But anyway, this is the jelly bean prayer. And if you don't mind, could I read it real quick?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, the jelly bean prayer. And these are the different colors of your jelly beans. Red is for the blood he gave. Green is for the grass he made. Yellow is for the sun so bright. Orange is for the edge of night. Black is for the sins we made. White is for the grace he gave. Purple is for his hour of sorrow. Pink is for our new tomorrow. A bag full of jelly beans, colorful and sweet, is a prayer, is a promise, is an Easter treat. Isn't that awesome?
That is beautiful. That is seriously one of my favorite little prayers, because to me, like I said earlier, Stephen, I don't know how you feel about it. It's great to find those connecting pieces to get everyone engaged and get the kids excited about the Easter Bunny, but it's our responsibility, I feel, to really go in detail and talk about, to me, it doesn't matter what side of faith you practice.
Right.
It's all kind of, the same thing at the end of the day, right?
Yes, it is. And actually, and since COVID, when COVID came up, I quit. I think everybody quit going to church. Everybody quit going everywhere. Mm-hmm. But I haven't really been back. I actually, I think it was 5 years. I went to every church in Jersey County. I don't know if you knew that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, all 47 of them.
That's got to be a record.
Well, it's down to 46. We lost one. So, and that church I can remember going to, and I went there once a year. Because 47 churches, it's hard to do.
Well, that's barely enough for one a weekend,
Right. So and I do remember that church that shut down, and I was actually the youngest person that was at that church when I went to visit.
Really?
Yeah, and there's, you got to have the youth, you got to grow.
Exactly.
And there was only like 8 people there, but they tried their hardest to keep it going, but
Well, and that's the thing. By the way, I got this awesome pin in here, and this is my favorite.
Does it work?
Thing. Yeah, perfect.
All right.
It honestly writes better than the one I was using this morning.
All right,
Well,
great.
they're a sponsor, so I can't say their pin's bad, but I do want to say that yours is better.
All right, perfect. That is so cool.
Well, you just hit a huge point, and I wish so many people would, and you guys tackle this, is getting the youth engaged.
Yes.
Because if you don't, what are you doing?
Yes.
And to me, that's why all of these things that you do, the breakfast with the bunnies,
Right.
Santa coming down from a helicopter,
Yeah,
all of those things, they're just that first step to getting that child interested in learning about the true meaning, the true faith behind things.
Yeah, we just got faith. We are a 501c3 non-for-profit, but what we want to do is make a difference in people's lives, and I honestly believe we do. We try our hardest. The other thing is, you were talking about youth just there. We have got at our building today, and I told her to come at 9, and I forgot I was going to be here.
My fault.
Right, but I've got somebody that opened the door for her and got her going. We need help at our building just to clean up and get going. We've got so much stuff to do.
What's a big building?
28,000 square feet, something like that.
It's the old hospital, right?
Yeah, that's just upstairs, though. That's not downstairs.
Oh.
And we're wanting to turn our downstairs into a tornado shelter. So, I mean, I need an electrician to come and help us get our generator up and going, so when a tornado comes, we're ready to go. And we've got everything there. We just needed fixed. A lot of stuff fixed. Plumbers, I need, leaks fixed. But today, for our first time there, it's a high school student from the Honor Society. I've been asking for these because they need community service.
Yes.
It's our very first one, so yes.
Now give a clap
And
to that.
and I love it. We do take help from the courts, for community service.
Well,
and we're trying to make a difference in their lives too. We actually just had a lady, come in a couple weeks ago. She went through Gateway Treatment Center.
Yep.
She got out. She didn't have a place to stay. Didn't have any money. Somebody put her up in a hotel for a week, and then they came to us and said, "Hey, can you help us?"
Yeah.
She doesn't have a place. Do you have anything? We're not allowed at our building to let people there because we're not zoned.
Right.
So we put her up in a hotel for a week, another week, and then right before the week, it was that same day she had to get out of there, we found an apartment right down the road, and Illinois Valley paid for it, and it's God at work,
Well,
just like yesterday. When you can see God at work, it's so cool, and I see Him at work every day. Somebody sent me a text and said, "Hey, we've got this huge barbecue grill."
Yeah.
It was a smoker, it's a gas grill, a charcoal grill, and a smoker. And she sent me a picture. I said, "Well, yeah." So we need one at Got Faith, to cook stuff up for the Kermunchkins. But it wasn't an hour later, we had a lady bring in 2 cases of hamburger buns, brand new, and a case of hot dog buns. So the Lord's telling us, okay, we need to cook. You know what? And if you can see God at work, it's so cool. And the thing of it is, there again, we don't ask for anything. People just bring it. And that's the Lord at work.
Yeah, well, and too, another thing that you were talking about just a second ago was, having those folks that are serving, community service time and coming from Gateway to me, there's no better place to go than you. And it circles back to what we talked about earlier.
Yes.
You guys walked this road.
Right.
You did personally. You know what it feels like to be in some of these situations.
Yes, definitely.
And what the Lord can do and what you guys can do to help kind of guide. And, that's a win.
Yes.
That's a chef's kiss as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, amen. This girl will be joining our Christian 12 step.
Really cool.
Yeah. So there again, if we got another person that would want to stop by 508 West Pine tomorrow, 12 to 1, and did I say free breakfast? Free breakfast. Not breakfast, free lunch, holy peppermint sticks. And then don't forget about, show your kids.
That is
show your
cool.
grandkids
Yes.
this. I don't even know if you can see that. You can't. There you go.
And to me, and I just if they can't see it, you hard boiled this egg.
Yes.
And all it is the 3 layers of that hard boiled egg, but it symbolizes one being or 3 things in one being.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Trinity, Holy Spirit,
Yeah.
God, Jesus, right there.
Isn't it so cool?
That is really cool, Steve. And you know, I really appreciate it because you are doing a lot of stuff. You're always moving. I don't
Right.
think there's a time you're sitting still.
Right.
And, you know, to have you call in and do some fun stuff with us
Yeah.
before and finally get you in the studio to
Yes.
see you. Steve and I met in person for the first time
We did.
for Meredith Foster. and
Yes,
the
it was awesome.
Oh, Kingdom Leadership
Awesome.
Group. Great
Yes.
group. And I highly encourage you guys to learn
Yes.
more about that.
Amen. Amen.
And what are you looking to do? I know that you have a lot coming down. You have a lot going on right now. You have things coming down the pipeline. Is there something
Gotcha.
that you're really looking forward
Just
to?
the Christian 12 step is like huge for
Yes.
me. But we do have other stuff going on. I don't even know if you. A lot of people don't know this, and I'll show this to you real quick. This here is from the Jersey County. This is Jersey County
Clerk
and
chairman.
So it's the city council and the county council of Jerseyville has proclaimed Got Faith May. The first full weekend in May and the first full weekend in August is Got Faith weekend.
That's incredible.
It is.
Good for you.
This was Holy Peppermint Sticks. I don't even see a date on it. 2017. That's when this was made.
Wow.
So we had both of them. And one thing we do in May for our Got Faith weekend, we always have, we give free lunch out in front of Walmart. Yeah. And we have music, Christian music, and it's free lunch, free everything. I actually had, just real quick, I'm going off again, but I had a lady come up, and there again, we don't ask for money. We don't.
No.
We do have a little bottle there. You know, if you want to put it in, fine. We don't, like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
A lady came up to me and said, I'd like to donate to you. I said, yeah, no problem. She says, well, I don't want anybody to know that I donated.
Right.
I said, you don't have to.
Yeah.
She hands me a check for $1,000.
Oh my gosh.
Holy peppermint stick. Isn't that cool?
And not just
So that's what happens.
Yeah.
You know, just last week we had 42, and I believe it was Baptist people come, and 42 children and adults come last Saturday to help clean. And they cleaned up outside and all this. One of the ladies, she hands me a $100 bill. She said, here, put this towards your ministry. She's there helping, and she gives $100. And it's just God at work.
It is. You're right.
It's crazy. In May, I don't even know how much time we got, but in May, this is one thing that we do besides the thing at Walmart. And we start the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's the first full weekend in May. Thursday is because it's National Day of Prayer. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But what you do is you wear a Got Faith T-shirt around Jerseyville, and you can walk into any of these businesses. Now, this one is from, I was digging for it this morning,
Right.
1921. But I'm going to start working on them probably next week. I think that year here, we had 90 businesses involved. But you walk into one of these businesses with a Got Faith T-shirt on, and they give you a discount, or they give you something free. One of them free ice cream, whatever. Buy this, get this free. So it was like a walking coupon.
That is so
And
cool.
isn't that so cool?
That is.
So
Wow.
Yeah, we've been doing this for about 10 years now, and a lot of people don't even know about it. So anyway, that'll be coming up in May. So come and get a T-shirt from Got Faith, $10. We're not making any money off
No.
it. I guarantee you. I guarantee you.
Right on.
But and then back, let's see, in August, the first full weekend in August, we have a yard sale, but instead of money, we use cans of food. So you bring a can of food and you get a yard sale item.
That is cool.
So
I really like that.
And we get, and it's not for just us; it's for every food pantry in Jersey County. But when we always did it at the fairgrounds. But now we've got a building, so
Pretty big building.
right? And we do have a food pantry at our building. So if anybody wants to bring any food, we could always use it. That's for sure. And our food pantry is not for, let's see, I'm not going to say not for, our food pantry, a lot of food pantries, you have to have a certain income.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Our
Our food pantry, we don't care. You know, how much money you make, what color you are, how tall you are, how fat you are. If
That's a great point.
You know?
Because I know folks that were on the top of the world making tons of money, and
Right.
all of a sudden it comes crashing down.
Yes.
They can't get involved in those pantries or
Right.
programs because they technically don't qualify still.
Right.
We all fall on hard times.
Right.
And to have you here and really doing this for... and
Right.
when we say everybody, we mean literally
Yeah.
everybody.
Yes,
Doesn't matter.
We do not care one bit. There was another group that I ran into. A lady that was there, and she was $100 over on her thing, and she couldn't get food from a place, and
Yeah.
she just came to me bawling and crying. It's like, we don't care. One other thing, and this was years and years ago, I was on during Thanksgiving, I was at a church, or a church was handing out, Thanksgiving turkeys and the meal, and I went with a guy, and we went to a house and gave him a turkey and all this, and when we left, the guy that was with me said, I can't believe that guy's got a big screen TV. I don't have a big screen TV. It's like, you don't know his problem.
Exactly.
I found out later he had kidney dialysis. He had a good job at Granite City Steel. He had made a lot of money.
Yeah.
But he needed it. So don't judge people is all I'm saying. And the other thing is, if you're having a bad day, just say, thank you, Lord, is what I do. I was actually running a little bit late here, rushing, and I've never been here before. So here I'm trying to Google, and you sent me the address. I wasn't getting reception and all this, and it's like, well, thank you, Lord. Maybe I was going too fast to, I could have gotten an accident. I don't know.
And you're right, because instead of you taking it and letting it pile up on you throughout, because you could have gotten angry, gosh darn it, I can't get this dang internet to work. You could have thrown a fit, and then the whole day's ruined.
Right, and then I could have came here and said,
right.
And then it makes your day. You know what I'm saying?
It's a snow globe effect.
Yes. So people, I'm just saying, just say praise the Lord and go on,
And then utilize Got Faith and be a part of the Got Faith Ministries if you can help. Once again, Breakfast with the Bunny is on April 8th at 508 West Pine Street. It is from 9:30 to 11:30.
Yes.
My notes and my internet just dropped off, so I couldn't read them. So I'm like, wait a minute, I got to use this thing.
Right.
Steve Pegram, you are awesome. Anytime you want to come back on, you're more than welcome to.
Thank you.
Keep up the great work, and if there's anything we can do, let us know.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Once again, Facebook page?
Got Faith Ministries. We've also got a website, gotfaithonline.org.
Gotfaith.org. Awesome.
Yeah.
And make sure you guys support Got Faith Ministries, Steve Pegram, and support the show after we come back from a commercial break. 9:52 on this 29th day of March. Back after this.
Discover Del Mar Public House, located in Godfrey's historic Millville Schoolhouse. Enjoy bold flavors like homemade falafel, fish and chips, and rotating pasta favorites. Relax with local beers, half-price wine bottles, and summer poutine nights. The only thing missing is you. Open Wednesday through Sunday. Del Mar Public House, where great food, drinks, and friends come together. DelMarPublicHouse.com.
This July, the fastest boats in the world take over the Mississippi. Catch the thrill of F1 powerboat racing July 18th to 20th at Riverfront Park in Alton, Illinois. Speed, rivals, champions. This is more than a race. It's the Midwest National. Kicking off with the Meet and Greet Street Party July 18th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at Max and Downtown Alton. Cold beer and live music. Alton Midwest Nationals F1 powerboat racing July 18th to the 20th. Don't miss the action.
Throughout all life stages, you need someone in your corner, guiding you on your health and wellness journey. At OSF Healthcare, that's your primary care provider. Your OSF primary care provider is there for every stage of life. Find a provider today at osfhealthcare.org/primary.
Since 1993, Sparks Junk Removal is always adapting to the needs of our clients. That is why we now offer weekly trash pickup for selected areas. Plus, we offer driveway-safe rubber-tired dumpster rental. Give us a call today at 618-781-1407 or visit us at sparksjunkremoval.net.
When I got in the car accident at the ER, they gave me a prescription of hydrocodone, and over time, it took more medication to mask the pain. I moved over to drug seeking and found heroin and fentanyl. I went to the Centerstone rehab facility, and it was the best decision I ever made in my life. I have my own car, I have a job, there's nothing holding me back anymore.
You're listening to Our Daily Show with CJ Nasello on RiverBender.com.
The first interview of Thanksgiving Thursday belongs to Yelena Gaspar-Bronstein. And I am excited, Yelena. How are we doing today?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much, CJ, for inviting me to your show and giving me opportunity to talk to your wonderful audience.
Thank you so much for that. And I saw a really just great write-up the other day on Riverbender about your journey. And as we dive into this, I'd like to ask a little bit about you and your background and, how your life was spent, before this moment.
Well, I am pretty ordinary person. I am a woman, I am a wife, I am a mother, and I devoted my entire professional career to bedside nursing. I'm a registered nurse with bachelor degree and worked for 26 years at the major hospital in St. Louis, Barnes Hospital, as a bedside nurse. I never really wanted to work in management or to do paperwork. I always wanted to work with people because I felt that that's where I can help the most. And I was always helping others and working very hard. And as all of us, dreaming about healthy and happy retirement. But what happened to me, I found out that I have advanced kidney disease, and I had to retire earlier this year from my nursing career because of my health condition. And I found out from my kidney doctor that I will need a kidney transplant in order to survive, to stay alive.
Well, and thank you so much for coming on and talking about this, because it's brave of you to do this. So many people do not go out publicly and talk about what they're going through. I guess got to ask you, Yelena, when that moment, when you hear, hey, unfortunately, you're going to have to take a step back and no longer work. I could only imagine just the moments I've talked to you today and yesterday leading up to this. You're a very caring person, and you really loved what you do. What was that moment like?
Well, yes, you're absolutely right, CJ. I had some kind of barrier asking people to do something for myself. And this is a big ask, because I'm asking for organ to be donated to me. Unfortunately, my small family was not able to donate to me. So I had to rely on total stranger, on people who would do it out of the kindness of their heart. And on the good side, I found out that thanks to very advanced medical science and medical technology, it became a quite established procedure. And my transplant center, which is, of course, Barnes Jewish Hospital, where I worked myself for 26 years, doing hundreds of those transplants every year, very successfully. And I met lots of people in this community of people who are pre-transplant and post-transplant. And some of them became my close friends. And I know that this became quite a routine. I just have to find a living kidney donor who would agree to donate to me as a stranger.
And on top, not to cut you off, Yelena, but on top of that, you were just talking about that really amazing program. There doesn't need to be an exact blood type match, correct on this?
Yes, you're absolutely correct, CJ. My blood type is A+, which is quite common blood type.
Mm-hmm.
But people who would consider donation need to know that if their blood type is different and not matching my blood type, it shouldn't stop them from becoming a kidney donor, because Barnes-Jewish Hospital Transplant Center offers so-named paired kidney donation program, where several people, several donors can get involved in the process of kidney donation. And even if the blood type doesn't match, after several people are involved, sometimes it's a chain of donations, or at least two people, both of them can get the matching kidney.
Wow. Well, and Yelena, you know, as we were talking about this, if it's okay, what are some of the things that you experience as of now in your day-to-day life with this just, awful, condition?
Well, CJ, I can tell you that I feel myself
right,
like my usual condition. I don't have as much energy. I have some anxiety related to my diagnosis. And I know that my body is not coping very well with this diagnosis, but my spirits are high. You know, I spent lots of time talking about my condition to people, trying to explain that Barnes-Jewish Hospital doing everything they can to protect donors' health. They do very thorough screening of donors to make sure that the donation would not hurt their health. And I understand that people are concerned about being a kidney donor. They might be afraid of pain, or they might think that it will affect their own health. But people can have wonderful, long, and healthy life just with one healthy kidney, just with one. As far as process of kidney donation, they stay in the hospital just for a couple days with minimal interruption of their daily routine, and they can go home after a couple of days and resume their normal life, resume their driving, work full time, etc. Like I told you, it became very routine procedure. I invite everyone to join my Facebook page and my Facebook group, which I specifically created for this purpose. The name of this Facebook page and Facebook group is the same: Kidney Donor Needed for Yelena. And you will see testimonies of people who became kidney donors, how smoothly this procedure went. And they became a big advocates of kidney donations. As far as donating their organ to the stranger, I was reading a testimony from one kidney donor recently, and she wrote, who would you donate a kidney to? A friend, a brother, parent? How about a stranger? How you give up one of your organs to someone you have never met, someone you were likely to never meet. If someone was drowning, you wouldn't think about whether it was someone you know. You would try to help them, whether you know them or not. So, my dear listeners of our daily show, unfortunately, I am drowning now, and you have unique opportunity to help me with no negative effect to your own health.
Correct. Well, and Yelena, as we're talking about this and just hearing you speak, I can only imagine the amount of people that you've been able to connect with through your Facebook groups and your pages. And talking just a little bit ago, I've heard you mention that you were talking to a few of the individuals that are maybe pre-transplant and post-transplant. Take me through the support and some of those conversations, connections that you've had with individuals that have gone through or are currently going through what you were experiencing.
Well, if some of you would decide to visit my group on Facebook or my page on Facebook, just recently I shared the testimony given by a wonderful lady who I met in St. Louis. She's 2 years post-kidney transplant. And she became my mentor, and her donor, Cindy. And Cindy gave one of her kidney to Susan, who became my mentor. And you could hear this wonderful testimony, how this process went for them. Another friend of mine, Jean, she just had a couple days ago, last Wednesday, she had a very successful kidney transplant.
Oh, good.
At St. Louis University, went home on Sunday, doing extremely well. Her donor is doing extremely well. So,
well, and Yelena, I'm just hearing this, and it seems like, this is out of somebody that I could only imagine the moment you're told you're going to need a transplant. This is, here's where we're at in this stage. But to hear that, there are people that are sharing their stories with you and talking about and having mentors now, to me, the support system seems like it's definitely there.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Lots of people approached me on Facebook media telling me, I would give you my kidney, but I already gave it to somebody else, but I'm willing to testify about the process of kidney donation for me in hope that it will help you to find your donor. And I created an email which I specifically designated to my kidney donor search. The email address for this specific email is very simple. It's kidney number 4 Yelena@yahoo.com. And the way how I spell my name, Y-E-L-E-N as Nancy A. Kidney for Yelena@yahoo.com. For hopefully some of the kind people from your audience who might approach me on this email, I would give directions how to call my transplant center, which is Barnes Jewish Hospital Transplant Center. And the phone number for this transplant center is 314-362-8255. 5365. And you will provide my name and my birthday. All that will be in the instruction if you will reach me via my email address.
And once again, folks, that email address is kidney, that is KIDNEY, the number 4, Yelena, YELENA, at yahoo.com. Plus, after you talk to Yelena, the Transplant Center phone number is again 314-362-5365. And there is a note that after you talk about, you mention Yelena and talk about your birthday, you press option 4, Yelena, is that correct?
Yeah, option 4 will give you opportunity to talk to a potential kidney donor coordinator, and they will give you all the instructions. Usually they provide questionnaire pertaining to the potential donor health to determine if this person is suitable for kidney donation. Like I mentioned to you, they are doing everything they can possibly do to make sure that their potential kidney donor is suitable for donation and it will not affect his health negatively. So if you're a healthy individual with healthy kidney function, feel free. This topic is extremely important. It gives me strength to talk about that because it's not just me in those shoes. Lots of individuals need new kidney, new liver, other organs to survive. And I feel that I'm bringing more awareness about organ donation issue to society. And you can really help somebody to survive with no harm to yourself.
Well, and Yelena, that's a great point too, and that's what I was going to kind of touch on next. And you hit it, and you spoke about it very well. Is that you're really an advocate for so much awareness to what these programs are and how beneficial they can be and how safe they are for the potential donor to be a part of. And I was reading in the article, Yelena, just to circle back to some of the things that I read, is that you are planning on if this is able to happen and we're able to find a donor, you're going to be volunteering and going back to doing what you do best, and that's helping people. Now, I got to ask you, do you and your husband have any dogs, cats, or anything that are part of your family too?
Well, you're asking very good question. We are a big animal lovers, and I'm dreaming about feeling well and having enough energy to give back to society. I am very young, 65 years old in my soul, and I was always very active person, and I want to be the same. So I really hope that after successful transplant, I would be able to use my nursing skills to volunteer in our community, to use my skills in animal shelters. And my husband, of course, is a big animal lover too. We had a cat. It was a Bombay black cat, wonderful. He lived with us for 18 years. We adopted him from Humane Society. Our poor cat, his name was Grande. He had diabetes. And after being with us for 18 years, he recently passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well,
yeah.
And Yelena, how has your husband been in your support system with the family? It seems like you have a very caring and just passionate family that's around you and supporting you on this.
You're so right, CJ. I met my husband when I was about 18 years old. And we got married when I was 20 and he was 25 back then. And we spent our entire life together. We became soulmates. soulmates. We became, I don't know how to explain to you.
Yeah.
We are very, very, very close spouses. Unfortunately, my husband cannot be my donor due to his own health issues. And he's very supportive in every possible way. He helps me a lot.
And it really seems like that, Yelena. And as I read the article that that Sydney put together, I just thought it was such a beautiful article, and it really told you just who you are as a person so beautifully too. And as I was talking to you yesterday, I thought, you know, what's the best way to make sure that we tell people what's needed for Yelena and how we can help her? And I thought, getting you on the show and just showcasing and telling us all who you are as a person, I think goes a long way too. And it builds that sense of trust, because you're an amazing person. For 26 years to you know, maybe a day clinic where I come in because I don't want to go to the emergency room, you are truly caring for people. And it's really, I hope in the deepest portions of my heart that somebody is able to care for you and keep you going as long as you'd like to with your husband and doing the things that you would like to do.
CJ, it's very kind of you to say all that. I feel like I was a very ordinary person. I just feel that I was a person with integrity, trying to do everything I could possibly do to help others. And it gave me strength. It wasn't easy to ask for something for myself, because I do want to give back to community. I just need to be physically fit to do that. And thank you so much again for interviewing me. It's extremely meaningful to me, especially around Thanksgiving Day. And I'm very thankful for lots of things. And one of them is definitely, I'm very grateful to be invited on your daily show, which I know hit 1 million views in 2023. Congratulations on that.
Well,
thank you for your hard work.
Yelena, thank you so much. And that truly means a lot to me too. And that's why I figured let's do this on Thanksgiving, because as we're gathered around and maybe some relatives are arguing about who's going to win the football game or whatever happens, there's a lot to be thankful for, but there are individuals that gave their lives to everyone else and to help others that are in need of help this time of year. And especially this, if I could be somebody that helps find that donor, I'm telling you, you could pay me $1 million a year, but this would be worth it time and time again, over the million, if I could help you with that, Yelena. You're a wonderful person. And please stop by and fill us in as you are on your journey. If there's any details that emerge, we'd love to be a part of it and share your story some more.
Absolutely. You know, after I met with Sydney Sinks, who is one of the journalists on RiverBender.com, I told her that several newspapers wrote articles about me, about my search for a kidney donor. But I felt that Sydney was very, very special person, because I felt that she put lots of her heart, her kindness in this wonderful story she wrote about me on RiverBender.com. And now, CJ, I feel same way about you. And I'm very grateful for you and Sydney, and hopefully somebody from your wonderful audience who would help me to spread the word about organ donation. And who knows, maybe I will find my angel from your audience who will be able to save my life.
100%, Yelena. And one last time, folks, if you're just tuning in, you can reach out to Yelena by emailing her, Kidney, that is KIDNEY, the number 4, Yelena, that's YELENA at yahoo.com, Kidney for Yelena at yahoo.com. And Yelena, what are the Facebook pages we can follow along with you on your journey?
It's called Kidney Donor Needed for Yelena.
Awesome.
It's the Facebook page, and I also have Facebook group with the same name, Kidney Donor Needed for Yelena. Please feel free to join my group where I put the updates, articles about kidney donations, personal pictures, everything I can do, testimony of other donors, whatever can help me or somebody else to survive.
Absolutely, Yelena. And thank you so much for not only coming on the show, but trusting me to help tell some of your story too, and trusting us at Riverbender. And from the bottom of our heart, have a happy Thanksgiving and a very merry holiday season. And please fill us in as more details do emerge, okay?
Thank you very much. Very grateful for your time.
Absolutely, and I'm grateful for yours as well. We'll take a quick break here, a quick pause on Thanksgiving Thursday. We'll come back with more of our daily show right after this in the heart of the 618.
Attila Fest is coming to Alton Amphitheater on July 26th. Presented by D. Smith Promotions, hosted by Reason to Doubt Podcast. Don't miss your chance to see Big Boogie and Boozy Badass live on stage with special guests Dirty Muggs, Borderline, Marquise Knox, and NKG Band. For VIP and slots, call Queen at 314-967-8999. Attila Fest. Don't miss it.
Since 1993, Sparks Junk Removal is always adapting to the needs of our clients. That is why we now offer weekly trash pickup for selected areas. Plus, we offer driveway-safe rubber-tired dumpster rental. Give us a call today at 618-781-1407 or visit us at sparksjunkremoval.net.
When I got in the car accident at the ER, they gave me a prescription of hydrocodone. And over time, it took more medication to mask the pain. I moved over to drug seeking and found heroin and fentanyl. I went to the Centerstone rehab facility, and it was the best decision I ever made in my life. I have my own car. I have a job. There's nothing holding me back anymore.
You're listening to Our Daily Show with CJ Nasello on RiverBender.com. You're listening to Our Daily Show with CJ Nasello on RiverBender.com.
It is a Wednesday morning, and this show keeps rolling on in the heart of the 618. You know, the last couple of weeks, guys, we've had some really cool conversations. Another great one getting ready to take place now with EJ Snyder. And this is just really cool, EJ. You're a highly decorated Army combat veteran, 25 years of military experience. Add the TV component on, add the survival expert skills on, and those components. And this is just a great resume. Thank you so much for your time today.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here with you, CJ. And just down here in North Carolina, it was a little bit chilly this morning, so it looks like I think we're going to have an early winter this year. And so I'm just getting things ready to go. I've been packing up my truck. I've got a road trip tomorrow. I'm heading out to a film set to be part of a feature film where I'll be doing a co-starring role. I have some stunts that we'll be doing, as well as co-executive producing. So I'm pretty excited. Pretty nice project.
Wow. Congratulations on the co-executive producer spot, too. That's big stuff. And then on top of that, EJ, after all the things that you've done, did you ever think your background in the military would lead you into the TV film world that it is today?
Well, to be honest, you know, when I was a young man growing up, one of my dreams was to get on TV, be an actor and a stuntman. And so as I was finishing up my Army career, I was like, well, what the heck am I going to do? And I was actually stationed in Hawaii. So there's a lot of film out there, a lot of TV stuff that goes on. And I started dabbling in as a hobby initially while I was still active duty, so I could figure out, is that really what I want to do? And it worked out. You know, I was on several different feature films like Forgetting Sarah Marshall, The Informant. I did You May Not Kiss the Bride, a bunch of independent films, student films, and then I was picked up on the TV show Lost, and I was a minor character on the TV show. I started out as a freighter, as a marshal, one of the U.S. Marshals, and then later I was tech advising, and they asked me to come on to be one of the freighter boat mercenaries. So I was the B team leader Redfern on the TV show Lost.
That's so cool. And then EJ, on top of that too, you were also on Naked and Afraid and so many really cool television shows that our audiences come to love. But before I dive into film and TV and all of the really cool stuff, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your background in the military. You ended your active service as a major, correct? E9?
No, Sergeant Major E9.
Oh, sorry about that, sir.
Yeah.
And if you could you take us through some of your background, some of the missions, some of the things that you were a part of in your military career?
Sure. I joined the Army when I was 19 years old. I turned 19 the day I came in active duty, and I automatically, fell in love with it. They offered me so many other jobs, and I was like, why do you go in the military to do that stuff? I want to be a warrior. Show me all these videos. I really wanted to be a Green Beret. I wanted to do those type things and be a Ranger. And so I got in. I was hungry. I wound up going to the airborne first thing, and went through basic training, went through airborne school, tried to get in the Rangers regiment at that time, but my job skill at the time was an anti-tanker. They didn't have any slots for me, so they sent me to the 82nd Airborne Division. I spent my first 7 years in the Army with the 82nd Airborne Division, and pretty much the same company the entire time. So I grew up through the ranks pretty quick. Went through every school I could get my hands on. Ranger school being the big catalyst. That was a very pivotal point in my military career and my life. I learned the Ranger Creed, and I live by that thing till this day. And so, being a Ranger, I was very proud of that fact and that accomplishment. And then I, like I said, I was in the paratroopers. I went to the 1991 Gulf War, and was a platoon sergeant, one of the youngest platoon sergeants in the 82nd Airborne Division at that time. And we, battled all the way, starting in Saudi Arabia, went through the border up through Iraq, and it was a pretty significant moment in time. Being so young and leading men into battle was quite a significant event in my life. And then I just made rank really, really fast. I went on to be a drill sergeant. And then later on, I did that for 2 years, and I became a Ranger instructor. And when I was a Ranger instructor, they sent me to survival school in the Army. It's called SEER School. And I also went to a tracking course to learn how to track men on the ground, as well as I learned how to track animals. But I actually went back, and for 3 years, I was the primary survival and tracking instructor for the Florida Ranger Camp. And I revised the entire way we taught people survival and how to track people in the ground. And my POI, which I took from the Vietnam book on tracking, because it kind of was a lost art, and later on the Army came in and readopted my program to be the Army's tracking school POI. So that was pretty exciting for me to see that years later they did that. And then I just made rank through the Army rather quickly, went to all kinds of different assignments all over the country, and finished up going to the Senior Leadership Academy for the Enlisted Corps, which was the United States Army Sergeant Major Academy out in Texas. I spent a year under the schooling house, and then went on to serve 8 years as a Sergeant Major in the Army, which is a top enlisted rank. Wound up being a Command Sergeant Major for the 121 Infantry Gimlets Battalion, and with those guys, we went back to Iraq for a second stint for me for 15 months. And, I've earned 2 Bronze Stars through that process, the Legion of Merit, multiple other medals, probably over 40, as well as being recognized by the National Infantry Association with the Order of St. Maurice Centurion level. So been on all kinds of missions all over the globe, and in those 2 different wars, but a whole lot of other actions that, that we went through. So it's kind of how I sum it up. A great career. I was very proud to serve. I did it for 25 years. I do it all over again.
Wow, that's just incredible. And on top of that, EJ, I wanted to ask you, you hit on a couple of really cool points that I thought really just stuck with me, and one of them was the creed that you carry with you today. How important is that creed for you and your success, post-military to where you are now? Do you think if you didn't have that, would you be as successful?
I believe so, because it's about positive mindset. Mindset's everything in life, no matter what you're doing. You want to be successful, you have to have your mind right. You have to stay positive. You never give up, and you always charge forward. And I learned early on as a kid that I had to rely on myself. And if I want something done right, I knew I can count on me, and I had to figure out how to get that done. And it just developed my mindset in such a way that I had this mindset and iron will in my heart, and I just wouldn't give up. Losing was never an option for me, and I never lose. I either win or I learn. And so I took that philosophy into the military and passed that. But what the Ranger Creed gave me was 6 stanzas of how we operated. And the Rangers are one of the oldest. I know the Marines like to say they're the oldest military service on the planet, but they actually aren't. It's actually the Army Rangers, who started long before we even had a standing army, and they were operating in the colonial army, helping the Brits at times when they were here. Wow. And advising in the field. They actually were ahead of their time. I did a show called Into the Wild Frontier, and one of the people we talk about is Major Robert Rogers. And Rogers Rangers is famous for their standing orders. They had all these standing orders that helped them operate. So in the absence of orders, you went back to the standing orders, and you just kept having the initiative to keep on the fight with the enemy, because they didn't have radios back then. They had to use runners to communicate. And he was the prelude to our Ranger Creed, which it just still stands to this day. And it's, for me, the first one, recognizing that I volunteered as a Ranger. That stays with you. If I mess up in life, they don't say, oh, look, EJ messed up when he was in the Army. Look at what that Ranger did. And you would bring disgrace to your regiment. That just was something I would not do. And so I followed it through, and I keep it with me to this day, and I still live by it. And, I guess I could credit it, now I think back on it, as, yes, it has been part of my success and what I've been doing, because, you live it, you breathe it, it's ingrained in you, and you never forget it. And it's a great creed. It's one that I think is most known in the Army.
100%. And as we kind of transition out of your time in active service, CJ, I wanted to transition into some of the things that we see you on in film, like Naked and Afraid, some of these feature films, and being a stuntman. I got to ask you, first day on the set, because I'm in pro wrestling myself. I know Augusta Wind puts me into Texas, but I was training, and I'm a bad guy, and I'm hearing about all this stuff, and I didn't realize how dangerous it is to be a stuntman, even in the world of Hollywood today. Yeah. What was your first day like on set?
Actually, it was just another day at the office. My first time I got involved with it, because I'm a SAG actor stuntman. My buddy was filming Lost, and they were like, "Hey, you want to come out here and do some helicasting, jumping out of the helicopters and jumping in the water and doing all that stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, that sounds like a great time, and you get paid for it. Wonderful." And so that's kind of like, that was easy, but that's obviously a dangerous activity. But, and some of them are low-end stunts and whatever. But, for this one, I'll be in a mine shaft, and we'll be simulating a mine shaft caving in. So it should be pretty interesting. We've advanced so far now where we have green screens and everything else we can do with CGI that, it's probably a little safer. But like when I'm on Naked Afraid, for instance, there is no stunt doubles. There is no body doubles. You're out there in the wild. You have wildlife that you're dealing with. That's real time. When I'm slicing the head off of a water moccasin to dispatch it so I can have it for dinner, that's a real event. And I do it all the time in my survival world when I'm out, training and training others. It's just part of what I do. And So, I mean, you talk about like Naked Afraid, for instance. I was trying out for a whole bunch of reality shows that I was into. My name started floating around all these casting directors, and Discovery Channel was looking for someone to replace one of the hosts of Dual Survival. And they have to try out 5 people, so they had 4 guys already there training in Arizona to do screen tests with Cody Lundeen, who is the other host. He's the barefoot guy, the bush hippie. Yeah. So we're all out there, and they needed another person because one person fell off. So I got a call. They were asking for someone that could come out, and I was just a filler, and I wound up being one of the top 2 to finish up with it. It came down to me and another guy. Discovery picked this other guy, Joe Tedai, over me, and I worked with Joe on another project before, and I, thought they got it wrong. I have much more survival skill sets than what they had.
Absolutely.
Hold on, it says my thing didn't stay. I'll make sure we're still here. It just said that we were having an issue with my internet. You can hear me, right?
Oh yeah, you froze for a couple of seconds, but we're all good now.
All right, I see what was that. For some reason, I had a little accident earlier. Not to get off the story, I'll get back on it. But I spilled a little water on my computer because this lid wasn't secure.
Oh no!
And it went over to airplane mode, so it should be doing fine now. But so when they saw me for Dual Survival, knowing I had this high-end experience, I think what it was they were getting ready to do this show, Naked Afraid. And they wanted me to come out and consult on it and be part of the first episode, produce in the field. And then it was like, hey, we're going to put you out there for 21 days with a strange woman, a partner, and you guys are going to do this. And I was like, whoa, I got all these, I'm wearing 3 hats. Not only do I got to survive, I got to help you guys build this show, and I got to have producer me. I was like, okay, no problem. It's a good challenge. I accept it. And that was going on 11 years ago. This January would be 11 years ago. And we filmed the pilot episode to have this hit TV series. And you want to talk about being on set the first day and they tell you take all your clothes off. It's like, I thought you guys were kidding. Are you really serious? Okay. All right. Let's safari Africa naked. And, the rest is history. And I've been on 6 challenges, 206 days total, no taps. I've had some very significant injuries out there. I've put my body through the ringer out there through this whole process. But it is a very real survival challenge. There's no scripted to it. There's no helping. And next to Alone, it's probably one of the toughest challenges one can put themselves through. Except I feel it's a little bit tougher than Alone. I have a lot of friends on Alone, nothing against the challenge. I want to do the challenge. They just won't take someone from Naked Afraid to go on that challenge because I think they know hands down we'll win. Yeah. But, we go out with very little, where they go out with 30 items to survive on, which is great. It's not easy. That's just still not easy. But we have very little items. We do it very primitively, and we don't have clothes. So I just leave everyone out there figure out which one's tougher. And they go, well, they stay out for 80 days to 100 days. And I'm like, have you ever seen what I can do with just a knife? Yeah. I don't think 100 days is that big of a problem for me. What? Hell, on the swamp episode, it was a 60-day challenge. After 2 weeks, I had lost both my first 2 partners. They were small females. It was very cold because we're in the swamps in the late fall, early winter. So it gets pretty dang cold in the swamp. It's a wet cold. And I'm sitting there, and after about 2 weeks by myself, my channel was filling up with green lilies. And so I needed to clear those lilies out to make a fishing hole so the fish would come up. And I wanted to just fish right off my, right next to my camp. So it was going to be a perfect camp for me. And I got the right side done. I got the left side done. I was walking along this tree. It's about 12 feet above the water. And I got this stick and I'm moving the lilies out of the way. And I want to get to the last part because I want it to be 50 yards wide by 100 yards out. And then my plan was to continue to build a bridge over to the other side so I could walk and use that piece of the land. And, as I got to the end of this willow that had fell over and it was wiggly like a snake, the last 10 feet of that branch or that tree was actually dead beknownst to me. I thought it was still okay. Oh, and so I stepped out on it and I'm checking the weight of it. I'm like, oh, all right, I got my arm around this last branch here. Oh, it looks like it'll hold my weight. Take a second step. My plan was to lay down and spread my weight along this branch and just finish up what I had to do. But I took that second step. I went right into the drink. I speared my right testicle in 2 places, tore it open. I'm in characters. I'm thinking, oh, they got the drone up. They got all the cameras going. So I got out of the water. I was yelling. I was, really screwed up, boy. And I knew something poked me, and I got up there. I'm covering myself up because I'm naked. I only have my necklace on. I took the bag off, and I peer up. I kind of move my hands out of the way long enough so that I can see what is going on here. What is going on? Sorry, I got the sun going down here, and I look at it. I can see there's a problem. It's bleeding a little bit. I can see 2 holes. I'm like, well, cover it up. All right. You dang swamp, you want to try to castrate me? You beep, beep, beep. You take my beep, beep, beep. You want a war? I'll give you a war. And so I stayed in there, and I walked up, and I said, I went around my backside of my shelter to take a look at the problem, and I could see everything inside. I'm like, really, God?
Oh,
you couldn't have just bit my hand off? Alligator, take off one of my hands, something cool to get out of here. You got to try to take my testicles, my manhood. And so I was like, well, we got this. And I went around the corner. I told the producers, look, tell the executive producer I'm not going anywhere. And then tell the medic to get up here, bring her stitch kit, because we got a problem, and we've got to stitch some. I need a few stitches. And they were like, "Oh my God!" And they all start freaking out. I'm like, "It's okay." So they had to I had to wait almost an hour for the emergency room nurse to get there, who was a trauma nurse. She was on her day off. They flew her in, got her to me. She shows up. She looks at the problem. She's like, I'm going to have to clean this out. If we can't get it clean, you're out of here. And I'm like, nah, give me a Brillo pad. Let's start scrubbing. Let's get this clean because I'm not leaving. She breaks out a needle, gets ready to numb it. And I'm like, what are you doing with that? She's like, oh, well, I got to numb the area. I'm like, the hell you will. You're going to numb me. You're going to stick me 10, 12 times with that? It's a loose sack, lady. My adrenaline's up. Let's just start stitching her. Give me the needle and I'll do it myself. So she stitched me up. She's like, oh, okay. Well, now that it's done, you got 3 things you got to do. First, you got to keep it dry. I look around. Okay, it's a swamp. It rains pretty frequently. All right. Wet swamp. Keep it dry. Got it. And now you have to keep it clean. I'm laying in mud. I'm completely dirty. I'm like, yeah, okay, keep it clean. Got it. What else? Now you got to take it easy. You can't do anything physical. You got to just sit down and you got to relax. Okay, I'm all by myself here in the swamp. No one's coming to help me, and the sun's going down in about an hour, and I need firewood. Okay, sure. Take it easy. Got you. You got to follow doctor's orders or you're out of here. Okay, and I got up and I hobbled off, and I was like, I get some fucking firewood now, and I went just back to what I was doing. I wound up staying another 33 days. That happened on day 27. I did a total of 60 days out there.
Wow. And now I got to ask you, is that the worst pain you've experienced on the set or in any type of...
Honestly, I really wasn't in any pain.
Wow.
It tore the sack, and I knew something happened, but I really wasn't in any pain, and I really didn't really have a problem at all with it. So... I've had other pains, but that wasn't that bad. Do I need to close this so that the sun isn't here?
Oh no, you're perfectly fine. We got you a good picture right here on camera, and a couple more questions for you. It's okay if you can't answer this one. You mentioned SAG-AFTRA being a stuntman through them. Did that strike affect you in any way and pushing back projects?
Not really, because the project I'm working on, because the strike's still going on,
right?
They're an independent production company, so they're not part of the producers, that whatever the Producers Guild is. So they're not in agreement with that. So projects still go on as much as people don't realize. And a lot of times they're the smaller, low budget indie films or features. Ours is a moderate budget, but it is definitely a feature film, and that's why we can legally still work on them. Mm-hmm. If it's a bigger project that the Producers Guild is in a contract with SAG-AFTRA, then you can't work there. So So I was just fortunate to be a part of this one.
Absolutely. And also, EJ, I was on your website earlier, and you have some great blog posts, too. I was going through the Dollar General survival guide and some of the items. And I feel like that's the way I want to kind of wrap this up, because I told you 15 minutes because of the show. But, man, this has been really cool, and I really appreciate your time, and I mean that.
It's great.
Can you take me through the Dollar General survival hack? Let's just say, God forbid, something awful happens tomorrow, and we got to rush to the old DG.
Oh, well, what I tell people, there's you got to have a survival kit. Being able to take two sticks and rub them together is a magical moment, but it's not for everyone. And you don't want to, fire is fickle. So when I start looking, if you go to my website, you see I have all kinds of survival gear in from like affordable to moderate to more expensive. And, basically you get what you pay for, but it's a tough world, a tough economy. And I wanted to be able for people that just could not afford to buy anything fancy, that you could literally, go spend $25-30 at the Dollar General or the Dollar Tree or whatever. And I made a matrix and I had them all on the matrix, and you can go there and buy a kit off the shelf that will sustain you for a good bit of time. And it had everything from, and you want to cover your basics: shelter, fire, water, and some ways to get food. And don't buy food, but buy ways to capture food. And then in turn other items into multiple use items. Like if you buy a can of something, you can cut the top off and you can use that as your water boiling container. And you also want to, get a cutting edge, like a knife of some sort. Some of the stores you can actually find folding knives at a good, reasonable rate. And the trick is hit the clearance aisle first or the sales section, because that's where you get a lot of really bang for your buck deals. Everything from a cheap tarp to whatever. And then you start, buying your items. And at the end of the time, if you're on a $30 budget, you look at your items and you prioritize them and go for whatever fits your budget. But you really can get a kit on a budget. I did the same thing with the Walmart bug out bag. A little bit more. I gave myself about $150 budget for that one. And I got great gear, because in Walmart, they've got a camping section and they've got some survival gear that you can get. And you can get it for a very affordable price with some really good stuff. Man, so you can go to ejsnyder.com, and all my social media links are there. You can link up with me on my YouTube channel and Facebook page at it's EJ Snyder, just my name. And I'm king of the 1-minute survival tips, hacks, and tricks. We went viral back in May, so we'd love to have you over there. And if you're going to go to any of my other social medias, because I post this stuff on all my platforms: Instagram, TikTok, what is known now as the X, formerly Twitter, and Clapper, at EJ Snyder 333, at EJ Snyder 333. We'd love to have you come over. We're getting ready to do some stuff with Mr. Beast with some survival things. So we're going to blow up pretty big pretty soon.
That's just incredible. And what we'll also do, because we are doing a little bit of a write-up on this, our news team, is we'll make sure to link all those with hyperlinks, so that way people can just press on them and go and then be a part of it if they aren't already. EJ, man,
that's awesome.
If I had the opportunity to talk for 2 hours just with one guest, I'd do it, because you're awesome. And I mean that. This was so cool. Thank you so much for your time. If you have anything else that I could do to get you on the show, maybe survival tips every once in a while, man, I'd love to have you, because you're great.
Thank you. Just reach out to me. I'd be happy to come back and whatever you're talking about. And just, folks, just stay safe, take care of each other, and stay situationally aware of your surroundings. Doesn't matter if you're in the woods or in the streets. Bad things are out there trying to get you, whether it's a snake or a criminal, or if, as we've seen in Israel, you're in your home and you have a terrorist just banging on your door to cause problems. So go to my website. Got the ultimate bug-in home defense guide. It's a film that you can buy. It's very affordable. We're turning it into a book next year, but it helps you set up your home and get you ready for the bad days, because they are coming. And I want you to be prepared, as well as I have my Survival Outdoor Skills Series. It's a 14.5-hour, 11 video set we put together. You can buy it in pieces. but it's very affordable, and it's basically my basic survival class just for you. And you get the same EJ you see on TV, and you get all my lessons that you're learning. And I want you to be safe, and you got to take care of yourself and your loved ones. So please, if you don't have a plan, you know, it's you got to plan. You have to plan and be ready.
100%. And EJ, thank you very much for your time again, sir. I really appreciate it. For folks, again, it's EJSnyder.com to get your hands on some of that really important information. And EJ, we'll talk again soon. I really appreciate your time.
Take care, CJ.
Take a quick one. Wednesday morning rolls on right after this in the heart of the 618.
This July, the fastest boats in the world take over the Mississippi. Catch the thrill of F1 powerboat racing July 18 to 20 at Riverfront Park in Alton, Illinois. Speed, rivals, champions. This is more than a race. It's the Midwest National. Kicking off with the Meet and Greet Street Party July 18th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at Max and Downtown Alton. Cold beer and live music. Alton Midwest Nationals F1 Powerboat Racing July 18th to the 20th. Don't miss the action.
Throughout all life stages, you need someone in your corner, guiding you on your health and wellness journey. At OSF Healthcare, that's your primary care provider. Your OSF primary care provider is there for every stage of life. Find a provider today at osfhealthcare.org/primary.
Since 1993, Sparks Junk Removal is always adapting to the needs of our clients. That is why we now offer weekly trash pickup for selected areas. Plus, we offer driveway-safe rubber-tired dumpster rental. Give us a call today at 618-781-1407 or visit us at sparksjunkremoval.net.
When I got in the car accident at the ER, they gave me a prescription of hydrocodone. And over time, it took more medication to mask the pain. I moved over to drug seeking and found heroin and fentanyl. I went to the Centerstone rehab facility, and it was the best decision I ever made in my life. I have my own car. I have a job. There's nothing holding me back anymore.
Attila Fest is coming to Alton Amphitheater on July 26th. Presented by D. Smith Promotions, hosted by Reason to Doubt Podcast. Don't miss your chance to see Big Boogie and Boozy Badass live on stage with special guests Dirty Muggs, Borderline, Marquise Knox, and NKG Band. For VIP and slots, call Queen at 314-967-8999. Attila Fest. Don't miss it.
Give me one reason to steer, and I'll turn right back around. You can see me turning. Give me one reason to steer, and I'll turn right back around.
10:39, welcome back. 14th day of, I almost said May. It's been a long day, Dr. Kathy. Dr. Kathy Wollner, Pediatric Healthcare Unlimited, my former doctor. I'm glad to have you in the studio. How are we this morning?
We're great, thank you.
So with that being said, we've been having conversations with Centerstone about substance use disorder treatment programs, but we never really have the opportunity to talk about mental health, and to me, where it matters the most in our children and amongst our adolescent. And I'm really excited to have this conversation today, just speaking with you. This is definitely an issue that's hitting close to home.
Yeah, very much close to home, but nationwide as well. And people are wanting to blame the COVID crises on a lot of it. And it did have some, I think, impact. But we were seeing a ramp up of mental health issues prior to COVID.
Was COVID just the gasoline on the flame, maybe? Because I agree with you. I think COVID did take the blame for a lot of stuff, and these are things that we just kind of put the blinders onto until we had time to really process that.
Indeed. But things were already significantly ramping up prior to 2020.
And well, that's really fascinating. So with that being said, let's just start off broad with some statistics about some of the mental health and suicide amongst children and teenagers.
Okay. So when we talk about kids, the statistics are somewhat broken up into a couple of different patterns. So in general, when you look at the broad range of kids from like 3 to 17 years of age, the major mental health issues are attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, and it's felt to be about 10% of that population, or about 6 million they're estimating. And this figure, mind you, is from 2020, so it's not even the latest.
Oh, wow.
Anxiety is the second leading mental health issue, but it's right at about 10% as well in that age group. And then we have the behavioral disorders, which seem to be more rapidly increasing, and those are starting at very early ages, truly the 3 and 4 year olds.
Wow. Well,
Very much.
And what do you attribute that to? Those is it something that's always been there and we just never really collected the data, or is it truly an increase?
I think it's truly an increase, and I think part of it is that as families become more busy, have less time to contribute quality family time, that has an impact. We also know that the amount of nurturing that an infant gets in the first several months of life from their moms or from their surrogate mother has a very important role on the development of their mental health going forward.
Wow. That's very fascinaning.
Truly. Yeah, and it's something that many people don't even think about or take into consideration. And then single parent families, just lack of support, socioeconomic status amongst a lot of people dropping, that seems to have a positive or unfortunately negative role to play as well. And then family medical history also is contributing as well, so that we're seeing kids with behavioral problems, a parent or both parents had histories of that as well. So as the population is expanding, I think there's an increase secondary to that as well.
Well, and that's really fascinating to me because, you know, there's so many, when you say 10%, I mean, 10%'s a very large number. That's not just, 10 out of 100, that's very large. And whenever we're talking about some of these causes, I think a lot of it, to me, it just is the fact that we're living a double life in a lot of terms in our social media, with our children. We're seeing all of these cool things and we're traveling on private jets, but none of that's really real. And it creates this false fantasy, really, that I'm seeing a lot of children live.
Extreme. Yeah, definitely.
And then what are some of the other causes and contributions, do you think? We know talking about the home, but is school a factor in this too? Some outside interference, or is a lot of it internal in that home life balance?
Home, I think, is the starting point, but once kids get to school, unfortunately, the school environment for a lot of kids has become a very negative place as well. And there's more bullying that I feel is going on these days. Much of it is not reported, but I know just from my experience over the past 10 to 15 years of seeing patients, it's becoming more of an issue, and it seems to be more amongst girls more so than guys, and it just seems that girls are just becoming meaner over time.
That is interesting, because for a while, wasn't it kind of the boys were more of the more aggressive or mean?
I think so. Yeah.
Really, this really is.
And girls are becoming more aggressive these days.
Wow. And now, the one thing that parents, I feel like, have trouble with is because we're with our children so much, sometimes they chalk it up to maybe it was just a bad day at school, a bad week, or maybe things haven't been the best, or, they have some problems in their personal relationships, so there's not a lot of attention being paid to that child, at what they're going through. Are there warning signs for this for parents to take an eye out for?
There definitely are. And like in younger kids, an increase in tantrums, a major upward rise in their degree of irritability, sleep issues at night, either not sleeping very well at all, or sleeping way too much, performance at school dropping, grades dropping, not wanting to go to school. That's a major complaint that we frequently will hear. Can
I stop you real quick on
Sure.
that one? Whenever a child says, I don't want to go to school today, or there's, maybe faking sick, or, we all have done I flushed it, you just didn't see, I threw up,
Correct.
Now, for a parent, when you hear that the first time, maybe the initial thought is, all right, get up, you're going to school.
Indeed.
But when you hear that a couple of times, what should that conversation from that parent to that child be? Because you should know at that point, there's something more to this. But what's the best way to have that conversation without making your child feel like we're attacking you and there's something wrong with you?
Right. Basically, things to ask your child would be, well, tell me why you would like to stay home today. Do you have a big test today at school? Is somebody bothering you at school? Questions like that will help the parent try to seek out reasons why or what is going on at school is a reason that their child is not wanting to go.
Really fascinating. And then, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is there other warning signs to look for too on top of that?
Yeah. So in older kids, an expression of, I just don't feel I'm good enough. I'm trying hard, but it just doesn't seem to be working. Also, a change in their friends, meaning like they have decided to not have friends anymore, staying in their rooms much more often, coming home from school, going to bed, not wanting to get up and eat with the family, not wanting to partake in family activities anymore, parents finding evidence of alcohol or other drug usage, which is something new for them, poor sleep habits, and many things.
What I find fascinating too is when I'm hearing some of those things to look for, like you said, or we said a couple of minutes ago, the first time, it happens, you go, okay, something's up. But a lot of times do parents think, well, this is just them going, if they're adolescent, is this just them going through, the change of puberty? Is that so much of a red herring sometimes, where they see that and go, it's just that, they'll be fine in 2 months?
Yeah, I think if it's a sudden change, it's really something that needs to be paid attention to and looked into.
Man, I'm loving this conversation, Dr. Kathy. We're doing some great work here. It's 10:49. I do got to pay one last bill of the hour, but we'll come back with Dr. Kathy Wollner, Pediatric Healthcare Unlimited, and we learn more about child and adolescent mental health right here on RiverBender.com.
When I got in the car accident at the ER, they gave me a prescription of hydrocodone. And over time, it took more medication to mask the pain. I moved over to drug seeking and found heroin and fentanyl. I went to the Centerstone rehab facility, and it was the best decision I ever made in my life. I have my own car, I have a job, there's nothing holding me back anymore.
Dream Home Realty Center.
Hey, Sherry, talk to me, Dream Team. We've got Joey.
Whether you're a seasoned pro or a weekend warrior, gear up with Falcommit and elevate your hunting experience. From rugged gear for the seasoned hunter to adorable outfits for the little ones, we've got your whole family covered. Literally, because the best moments are made in the great outdoors. And with Falcommit, you're not just wearing gear, you're wearing the stories of your adventures. Discover the joy of hunting together. Visit Falcommit.com and outfit your family for the next generations of memories.
We are Phillips 66 Wood River Refinery. We make the fuels that take us to work and our children to school. We make materials and energy products that allow us to stay connected to each other. We care about the quality and safety of our products because we care about the communities we share. Our employees live our values of safety, honor, and a commitment to act as good neighbors where we live and operate. We are Phillips 66. When life throws unexpected challenges your way, you need a versatile legal ally to protect you. Sean Lentz, with over 12 years of experience, is here to help you in a variety of avenues. From personal injury to criminal defense and even semi-truck accidents, Sean Lentz has your back. Don't wait for the justice that you deserve. Call 618-465-8000 and see how Sean can help you today.
You're listening to Our Daily Show with CJ Nasello on RiverBender.com.
They'd be your partner, they'd be your partner, and you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, so vain. You think this song is about you, don't you, don't you?
We always have a better segment when the microphone's off, you know? 10:52, welcome back to this 14th day of March. It's Pie Day. You know, I'm not a fan of Pie Day. You know, I like Stone Cold Steve Austin Day, you know, 316 Day, love it. You know, as we're getting back to this, Dr. Kathy, it's such an important topic, and whenever I know how busy you are, and so to devote your time, it shows to me that there is a need to get this information out there, and parents do need to know this. And let's just go right back into the list, because you know, we always know about Centerstone and all these other organizations for older adults, but for children, are there very many treatment opportunities out there?
So Centerstone does do pediatric counseling as well. Unfortunately, the wait lists to get in are very long. And unfortunately, as with many mental health agencies, there's a fairly high turnover rate. So a child might be able to see a therapist one time, but then that therapist leaves, and then they have to be reintroduced to a new one, which might be several months before the next counseling session. And typically, counseling sessions should be taking place at least on a weekly basis. But for people who don't have regular commercial health insurance, the wait getting into a mental health agency, Centerstone, Southern Illinois Healthcare Foundation, it's 6 to 9 months.
But that's not even a viable number. I mean, because in 9 months, especially if that individual's really in turmoil, who knows what tomorrow brings, let alone 9 months from now.
Very much. It's extremely, extremely frustrating.
Well, and then on the parent side of things, too, when we're talking specifically for children and adolescents, I mean, that's another 6 to 9 months of just trying to deal with what you can and handle it day by day, and that puts weight on the family.
As well as the school system as well.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, because they're still having to go to school, and they're, having those issues in that environment, and then there's at risk potentially too.
Indeed. Yeah.
Wow. And, in terms of the state, the state of Illinois, what are they doing, in your opinion, to, help the treatment, or maybe help raise awareness, or maybe even help fund some of the treatment of the children and adolescents in this crisis?
So, in 2022, Governor Pritzker created a children's behavioral health transformational evaluation. The results were put out about a year ago, and a plan has been laid out to.
Wow.
It's been laid out. Unfortunately, we are not seeing any of the effects at this point yet. But it's true. Try to provide a more centralized location where parents can go to get mental health support for their children, to increase mental health services, not only with counseling, but with more psychiatric beds, more residential care centers for kids who need more long-term psychiatric care. But I think that's several years off before we're going to see a true realization of that.
Currently, right now, what is the normal procedure for a child? Because I really don't know about this too much.
Okay. To be evaluated, or
the whole to be evaluated, we'll start with that first.
Okay. So all pediatricians are now starting doing the well visits on a yearly basis at age 15. We do a depression questionnaire and truly find out some important data when we do that.
I bet.
Yeah. And so there's screening procedures in place. And then in terms of treatment, counseling is first and foremost. When that's not readily available, we do have some books that we recommend to parents that they can work with their kids. For teenagers who have phones, there's some great apps that help with mindfulness, stress release, that type of thing. But they still don't replace what counseling can provide.
100%.
Yeah. And then there's medications also too. And when we decide when a medication is needed, is when that degree of anxiety or depression or whatever other mental health illness is present at the time. If it's impacting on their daily life of school attendance, job performance, school performance, family interactions, then we oftentimes will recommend medication.
And with that too, the medication, I'm sure whenever you start that process, it could be an up or downhill battle, it seems like, because some medication might work for some and others it might be a different dosage or maybe a different experience. What does that look like as you're trying to figure out what would work best for that individual in terms of medication? So
follow-up, we try to make, and there's guidelines for treatment and follow-up, but initially, if we do start a medication, we'll have them come back in a month, make sure that things are better, make sure that they're definitely not any worse. And a lot of times, parents can start to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. And so we might maintain a dose, we might take it up, and then routine follow-up is usually like every 3 months, sometimes closer if needed. And then once someone is stabilized, we space it out to like 4 to 6 months.
Really interesting. And now in terms of, the parents' involvement in this, this is a journey. And you're, walking through this with your son or daughter, whoever.
Right.
Whenever they're on this journey, what are some of the tips that maybe you could provide a parent right now about maybe that positive encouragement with, because sometimes a kid might say, gosh, you've already asked me that. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Right. But how important is it to still make sure, hey, I am talking to you because I care about you. I love you. What are some tips that you can provide for that?
So indeed, basically just what you said is very important. Look, I really love you. I care about you. Please don't consider this a nag kind of thing. But just being there for all of their activities, go to their sports events, go to their theater events, try to take them out, do special things with them. just be a good parent.
And in terms of whenever, because I know a lot, and this sounds wild to say, I know a lot of children that are 7, 8 years old that have social media and they have all of these accounts and everything else. What to me, I just don't see that as feasible. But for you, you're the professional in this, and I'm just the guy blabbing into this microphone. How important is it, in your opinion, to limit that screen time or maybe limit apps in general? Is that an important issue, or is that just me creating an issue?
No. Apps in general are creating, I think, a major important negative component to mental health. And I would strongly encourage parents to hold off with cell phones, with apps, until maybe high school. I understand that some parents need contact with their kids, so buy them a flip phone that don't have any apps on them.
Yep.
But I've had multiple experiences with patients at 10 and 11 years of age who already had pretty horrific experiences from apps, from sexual connotations to here's a way to kill yourself kind of apps. So parents need to really know what their kids are looking at. And parents think they might have controls on, but there's ways that kids finagle around them. And there's some very disturbing apps that are out there. And then the algorithms that just the general platforms of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and Snapchat, et cetera, use. Once a child goes and looks perhaps at a depression, or, maybe am I thinking about suicide, then that's what they keep getting fed over and over and over. And it almost just becomes a reality to the kid, like, oh, okay, this is okay.
Is self-diagnosing happening on social media too with children? Because and the way I mean by that, if I need to clarify for the audience, is, sometimes there's folks that talk about maybe a symptom or a disease or an ailment they have, or maybe a mental ailment that they're battling. Do children sometimes watch that and go, oh, I do the same thing and I have that too?
They do, but not very often.
Okay.
That normally is not what brings a kid in to the office.
That's what I was curious about. And I mean, we've been talking for almost 30 minutes now, and I just can't believe how much I've learned about this. And, what's the best way, Dr. Kathy, for parents to learn more information? Is there any websites that you can give them, or any other maybe just URLs, links?
Okay, so the American Academy of Pediatrics has a great website that people can go and get mental help information. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, also has a lot of information on that as well. And then just Googling can get you to some really good sites as well.
Absolutely. And Dr. Kathy, I've loved this conversation. You are welcome back for more of these, because they're so important for the audience to really learn more about, and especially because so many parents don't know what to do. And that's what I'm starting to understand too, is you're meeting with them a lot. Is that kind of the case?
Indeed. Yeah. And I guess the one other thing that I really want to point out to parents is that we look at teenagers as young adults. And that's the group that has the highest rate of suicide. And in fact, between 15 and 19-year-olds, it's the second leading cause of death in that age group, behind automobile accidents. The driving force behind that is that we think of them as young adults, but their reality testing, the center of the brain that's called the precortex area does not fully mature until the early 20s. So reality testing doesn't really come to fruition until sometimes early 20s. And kids, as teenagers, act more on impulse. And when you act on impulse, you end up doing some pretty crazy things sometimes.
100%. And Dr. Kathy, thank you so much for your insights today. And I do want to highlight that I got the best care at Pediatric Healthcare Unlimited over there at 4 Memorial Drive. And you guys do a fantastic job. And I know so many people that still utilize you guys and just can't get enough out of it. And thank you so much for bringing us your insights today.
My pleasure.
With that being said, I'm overtime. Uh-oh. Boss, you're getting charged for another hour. 11:05, that's the time on a Thursday morning, but I'm out of here. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Dr. Kathy. And we'll see you again tomorrow for sports and all the gamut of conversations that are going to be hitting you here in the heart of the 618. On that note, enjoy your day, grab your umbrella, and try your best to stay out of jail.
He said he would.